Bom dia a todos. Gostaria de pedir que os senhores.
Good morning, everyone. Could I please ask you to please start taking your seats? We will get started shortly, so please occupy your seats for the welcome for the opening speech. Thank you.
Muito bom dia. Vou pedir que todos já vão ocupando, por favor.
Good morning. I'd like to ask everyone to take your seats, take up your seats. We'll get started shortly. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 23rd edition of the International Conference, International Security Conference at Forte. It's a pleasure to receive you here for yet another edition of our conference, one of the more traditional and principal dialogue aspects among regarding international relations. It's a pleasure to have you here today. I'm Luis Gustavo, a project manager. Before we get started, I'd like to quickly make some announcements so that we can prioritize the day today. We'll have translation available. The receivers are available for all. They are located at the entrance of this auditorium. If you need or want any translation, please use them. We'll have different languages in the different panels. If you need them, please, you can use them. Questions must be sent to the moderators after scanning a QR code that shows up on screen, so you can send the questions, and our team will be sending to the moderators and the panelists the questions. We have a full house today. Perhaps not all questions may be understood or may even be answered, so I ask for your patience. And I'd also like to mention our publication, which is called Policy Paper Forte. It's a publication that we issue every year, and it's all about adding more debate, having more debate, and on subjects that we mentioned at the conference and we talk about here. So if you're interested in the subjects that will be discussed here, please read our publications because they do delve deeper into the topics which we talk about also in our conference. This year's edition will invite everyone to reflect upon one of the central themes of contemporary politics, which is the relationship between technology, safety, security, and geopolitics. In a scenario marked by the evolution of AI, the large language models, the increase in technological competition, and the power transfers in global structures of power, we discuss how governance molds the international order of the 21st century. So we prepared a very intense schedule, and the idea is to invite you to the center of this debate. Our conference will be subdivided into 2 different days. The first one will be dedicated to global governance, multilateralism, democracy, and disinformation. The second day will be more technical. It'll be geared towards the impacts of the use of AI in defense, new ways of war, and of technologies. So before starting the 23rd edition of the Forte Conference, I'd like to invite to the panel our hosts and Mr. Maximilian Hedrich of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. Thank you, Luis. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Dear Mr. Luis Borges, dear Ambassador Schuegraf, dear Ambassador Amorim, Heikkinen, Mr. Speck, dearest parliamentaries and government representatives, diplomats, panelists, and all of you in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, be all welcome to the 23rd edition of the Forte International Security Conference. It's a great honor and a source of pride and happiness to receive you here in Rio de Janeiro today. The Forte Conference has a long tradition. For over 20 years, it was created by the Konrad Adenauer Foundation with a clear goal of promoting dialogue, transatlantic dialogue on security and the international order. And it did start with only 30 individuals. It was a platform at its beginning here at the Copacabana Forte, which is where it derives its name from. And the main importance was initially the importance was an interchange between Europe and Latin America. We'll be seeing this today and tomorrow. For me, this is the third edition of the Forte, and possibly one of the most important ones, I believe, at a very critical moment for world peace. We have global conflicts, geopolitical tensions, and technological transformations, and they have been modeling our time. They have been paraphrasing, and they've been characterizing our time in a unique way. So it's critical to intensify dialogue between Brazil and America and Latin America, as well as between Germany and Europe, and between Europe and Latin America. We've all been affected one way or another by the current developments. Security is a global theme, and it must be discussed at this level. Differences of opinion are not really a problem. They are an opportunity. They allow us to learn from the past and to build better solutions for the future, and for our current times as well. And this is why it's so important to have Latin America and Europe. It's important that they be very strongly represented today here. It's important to have them together with Brazil in an open dialogue, honest and respectful of each other. We count on the presence of panelists from Peru, Chile, Uruguay, Mexico, Brazil, obviously, Finland, Sweden, Poland, Iceland, and Germany. It has truly become an international conference on dialogue between Europe and Latin America. The central objective of this edition, as Gustavo has already mentioned, is the relationship between technology, especially AI, and security. And AI, artificial intelligence, is not a subject of the future. It is already present. It is here today. The technological invasion is profoundly transforming international relations and redefining power, sovereignty, and cooperation. At the same time, it creates opportunities and risks. These issues are reflected in our program that deals with global governance, democracy, disinformation, defense, and innovation. The following keynote speeches will help to put into perspective this debate. Ladies and gentlemen, public in general, I'd like to conclude by thanking, first of all, my team from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Brazil. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. We wouldn't be here today. So it's an honor to work with you and to have this Forte conference become a success. I'd also like to thank the team from CEBRI and the European Union delegation in Brazil, strong partners throughout these last years. And lastly, I'd like to thank you, the public, that has shown, even before the conference, showed immense interest. And I thank you for being here, even in light of this rain that we're having today. Let's hope that we'll have productive debates, constructive and inspiring, and that can take full advantage of this dialogue space for the upcoming 2 days. Welcome to the 23rd Forte's Conference, 23rd edition of the Forte Conference. Thank you. Thank you, Maximilian. Now I'd like to call to the stage the President of the Curator Council of the CEBRI Council, Mr. José Borges. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by acknowledging two friends, the ambassador of the European Union Brazil, Ms. Graf, and through her, our European partners that are here at this moment. And a major friend, and a big friend of mine, Max Hedrich, which is director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, KAS Brazil, whose long-standing partnership has been essential for the space, for this dialogue. I'd also like to welcome Minister Celso Amorim, the chief censor of the presence of the Presidential Council of the President. He's also a former defense minister, who honors us with his presence here. Dear ambassadors who are here, representatives of the armed forces, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge our counselor, former defense minister, former public security minister, former agriculture minister, federal deputy for many mandates, and our dear friend Raul Jungmann, who passed away a few days ago. And on behalf of the CEBRI, it's an enormous satisfaction to receive all of you here for the 23rd edition of the Forte International Conference. Throughout more than 20 years, this meeting has consolidated as the main dialogue space between regions from Latin America and Europe, dealing on challenges of international security. This theme of this edition reflects one of the most important and profound transformations of our times, the convergence between technology, international security, and geopolitics. Throughout history, the technological advances have changed the distribution of power. Now, however, the velocity and the speed of this transformation is unique, is unheard of. AI, quantum computing, biotechnology, cyber capacities, abilities, critical minerals, they have already become central elements of the geopolitical competition that occurs today. These changes bring opportunities that are extraordinary for the economic development, for the innovation and the well-being of the society, but they also bring critical issues on security, governance, and protection of the democratic institutions. The manipulation of this information, cyber attacks, and the illegal use of data, the increasing sophistication of the technologies, of the emerging technologies, challenge not only companies and governments, but also societies everywhere in the world. In this context, Latin America and Europe share a very important base of values and interests. Commitment to democracy, to the rule of law, and multilateralism. These all create conditions for the construction of common answers to the challenges that no country can face alone. By looking at the geopolitical scenario, we'll observe a crisis of legitimacy of the international governance, and this reinforces the need for a renewed multilateralism, which is more inclusive and more adapted to the new distribution of power. In the World Economic Forum this year, Canada's first Prime Minister, Mark Carney, declared that the era of the rules-based international order had reached an end. In this context of intensification of competition between major powers, he warned that the medium-sized powers will have to act in a more coordinated fashion to defend their own interests. And this summarizes our challenges. And he mentioned the following phrase: "If you're not on the table, you're on the menu For Latin America, this context shows us the need of building an international work that is more strategic. In a world marked by the rivalry between powers, our region will not benefit from automatic alignments. The challenges is about increasing the capacity for action, preserving autonomy, independence, diversifying partnerships, and strengthening regional cooperation mechanisms that will allow us to transform resource markets and human capital into instruments of influence and of development. If we want to occupy a space at the table where we discuss the rules of the future, we must also strengthen the spaces for reflection, dialogue that will allow us to understand the transformations that are occurring and to formulate answers that will answer these challenges by joining together different visions and experiences. We reaffirm the propriety of this conference as the relevant endeavor for dealing with corporate responsibilities and everything. And we need, I'd like to mention also the importance of this initiative for CEBRI in a moment that is marked by uncertainty, spaces, and qualified dialogue. These spaces are becoming more and more necessary. So I desire that everyone have a very productive conference. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Pio Borges. Now I'd like to invite to the stage the Ambassador of the European Union in Brazil, Maya Schuegraf.
Dear Maximilian Hedrich, Director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Rio de Janeiro, dear Mr. Pio Borges, Chair of CEBRI, Mr. Ambassador Celso Amorim, Head of the Special Advisory for the Presidency of the Republic, Ms. Anna-Kaisa Heikkinen, General Director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland, Mr. Henning Speck, Head of the Executive Cabinet of the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Germany, dear representatives of the Brazilian government, of the military and diplomatic communities, of the academia, and also representatives of the private sector, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to open the 23rd edition of the International Conference Forte on Security, along with the Konrad Adenauer Foundation and CEBRI. The artificial intelligence summarizes both the opportunities as well as the concerns of our time. It is transversal technology with impact over competitiveness, productivity, and the labor market and the working of democracies. Besides becoming ever more central in the foreign policy and security policy as well. The debates, they usually focus on the idea of an artificial intelligence centered on the human beings. This remains essential, but we must move forward towards an approach of AI focusing on society. And that means to guarantee that the technological transformation may strengthen social cohesion and not its fragmentation, that it may contribute to improve education, health, and public services, and that it may respect privacy, human rights, and democracy. These matters are particularly relevant at a global level. Artificial intelligence offers huge opportunity to the global south, leveraging the development widening the access to services and encouraging innovation. At the same time, we must avoid the deepening of the divide between those countries which develop these technologies and those which only make use of them. Democracy itself is under pressure in an environment where it becomes ever harder to differentiate facts from disinformation. There is an increase in vulnerability and manipulation. As stated by Kaja Kallas, disinformation can be the death of democracy. To strengthen resilience, democratic resiliency, the media literacy is the preparation of societies to use artificial intelligence in a bigger and better way. So it must be a sovereignty priority for our country, societies, and citizens. Considering that, the European Union has adapted its approach as a regulatory global power. It tries to improve norms and promoting innovation at the same time that it protects essential fundamental rights and democratic values. However, this influence depends on the technological capacity, not only on regulatory capacity. In the recently adopted Pact of Technological Sovereignty, the European Union defines technological sovereignty as the capacity to develop, control, and expand in a large scale critical technologies, infrastructures, services, and essential data. In the field of artificial intelligence, the European response combines political, industrial regulation, and external action. The European legislation for artificial intelligence establishes a frame for a reliable AI and focusing on the human being, human-centered, based on security, essential rights, fundamental rights, and responsibilization, accountability. As for the Apply AI strategy, it aims to accelerate the adoption of European solutions in critical sectors and strengthen technological sovereignty. This leads us to the international partnerships, a central element in the European approach. On past Friday, the European Union and Brazil signed a digital partnership agreement to deepen cooperation in an approach of 360 degrees, covering areas such as multilateral cooperation, governance, and data economy, and also scientific research. A concrete example of this include protecting the children in the digital environment, the fight against scams, economic and integration of AI into companies. Another example of is the European Union Mercosur agreement, contributing to new supply chains and more resilient ones, bigger economic integration and cooperation in terms of critical technologies. These initiatives reflect the belief that the cooperation based on trust and respect remains the best answer to shared challenges. This conference is an opportunity, a valuable opportunity to understand how the technological transformation is remodeling the geopolitics and our democracies themselves. I see the path to the future only in terms of a dynamic and lively cooperation between Europe and South America in order to guarantee by the end of the day that all of us are at the table and not in the menu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador and other representatives. Now we will give start to our keynote session of the conference. So, from balance to disruption, technologies and the future of global power throughout the 21st century. Technology has become one of the main engines of transformation for international relations, redefining concepts such as sovereignty, influence, and power. And to help us to conduct this debate, we are honored to receive a member of the Chilean Congress, Mr. Diego Chope. And now I'd like to invite the special advisor to the presidency for international affairs, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Celso Amorim. Now I'd also like to invite the General Director of the Department for Africa, Middle East, and Latin America of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland, Ms. Anna-Kaisa Heikkinen. And finally, I would like to invite the Chief Staff of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany, Mr. Henning Speck. Diego, please, the floor is yours.
You can follow the discussion in using your translation, but to have different languages, I will talk in Spanish. Bueno, por supuesto.
Well, of course, I'll start by thanking the Adenauer Foundation for the opportunity to have this conversation, obviously. Also, CEBRI, and also the Embassy of the European Union in Brazil. And I'd like to start with a small quote found in a book published by the Adenauer Foundation, precisely from Chancellor Adenauer, who said in 1964, long ago, he said, one must never say too late. Even in politics, it is never too late. It is always time for a new beginning. And I think that we must think about this, how, in terms of this geopolitical setting, we can think about a new beginning. And I'd like also to thank Mr. Celso Amorim for his presence. He has a degree from the Brazilian School of Diplomacy. He was a former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Defense with a career in diplomacy and academia. And today he is advisor to President Lula. A round of applause to Mr. Celso Amorim. Please let me introduce the other three. And then you start. And then I'd like to also introduce Mrs. Anna-Kaisa Heikkinen, diplomat who has represented her country and different destinations and currently she is a General Director of the Department for Africa, Middle East, and Latin America from the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Finland. Ms. Heikkinen, welcome to Brazil. Thank you for your participation. And of course, I'd also to greet a diplomat and who from the University of Humboldt, Brazil, and then who had several positions in CDU in the German Bundestag, and today currently is Chief of Staff of the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Germany, Mr. Henning. Welcome to this panel. Thank you very much. So I'd like to then start. Each of the panelists will count on from 10 to 15 minutes to speak, and then you may see how long you have. And Mr. Celso Amorim will have from 10 to 12 minutes to deliver his presentation. Thank you very much, Celso. Mr. Maximilian Hedrich, director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, José Borges, my dear friend, and chair of the CEBRI board, Ambassador Maria Schuegraf, ambassador of the European Union to Brazil, and also a good friend for very long, even in the hardest moments. I went through hard moments. And also my dear friend, Julia Dias-Leite, the friends from the panel. All of them friends. It is an old cliche to say that every technology brings challenges and opportunities. But it is necessary to recognize that nowadays, with the latest developments, especially in artificial intelligence, the risks seem to be bigger than the opportunities. Not everything is new. The film fans might remember the 2001 Space Odyssey film by Stanley Kubrick from 1968. There was a moment when the computer HAL does not accept any longer the orders given by a human being. The idea of there being machine autonomy is something that raises fear among people, has raised fear for very long. But there's always something human in the use of technology, even if it is the decision to delegate a certain process to the machines. One will not escape this responsibility. Deep inside, every technology, from fire to aviation, is dual and can be used in a constructive or destructive manner. The big challenge nowadays is to guarantee that the use of technology, especially when it comes to artificial intelligence, is based on moral and ethics. That is why it is so important to reflect about artificial intelligence and what Pope Francis said about it, and seen in more depth by Pope Leo XIV. Besides making us think about how to safeguard mankind, the name of that latest encyclical, Magnificat Romanitas, the Vatican expresses important matters such as inequality, power concentration, and the impact on the world of labor. And also, it makes a reflection about the implications to the international order, above all when it comes to this double dichotomy, peace versus war and multilateralism versus unilateralism. The fact is the international order that we used to know, understood we knew, is no longer. The speed of innovation, of technological innovation, has an impact on power relations and certainly will play a role in the resetting of, we hope, a new world order. Let us hope so. When we talk about technology, the development of autonomous weapons is an eloquent example of the moral dilemma we're going through. The use of lethal force becomes ever more unpersonal, without risk for the operator. Besides, the feeling of guilt that there can be in other situations when one faces the death and destruction that vanishes. As Pope Francis said in 2024, no machine in any case should have the possibility of choosing to take the life of a human being. Leo XIV also says that artificial intelligence can feed a culture where the enemy is reduced to data and the victim to collateral damage. These aspects must cause concern in the current geopolitical scenario where there is no inhibition in the use of force. Likewise, I have said that we are in a world of, and that seems like what Leo XIV said. We are witnessing on a daily basis effects of the new technologies and the conflict in the Middle East, where the times of response and of escalation have accelerated. These matters cannot be analyzed in an abstract manner. We must remember that the images of devastation in Gaza and of women and children as well were object of a real genocide. Along with the physical infrastructure, something deeper is being destroyed. The aspiration of the Palestinian people for justice and a better future in an independent state living in security side with Israel. in this particular matter, is shocking to witness the level of dehumanization in the language of the authorities remembered by the International Court of Justice when dehumanizing them to the extent of being called of human animals to justify military action. That the technological development has other dimensions. Currently, security is not only a physical and territorial matter. It depends on the protection of networks, financial systems, energy, transport, communications, health. Cyber attacks are becoming ever more used as instruments of a hybrid war where conventional military operations are mixed with non-conventional tactics. Cyber resilience is a sovereignty condition in the 21st century. Without digital protection, there is no decision autonomy, neither institutional trust. The data became an economic, political, and military asset. They feed artificial intelligence models, they guide strategic decisions, and they allow to monitor on a large scale. A country such as Brazil needs to be fully aware of the importance and the implications of data in the digital economy. The SUS, our health system database, is of vital importance to the health of our population, and for that same reason must be protected. The technology has valued previously unknown or despised resources. The rare earth and the critical minerals are not only economic assets, they have strategic value. They are components of semiconductors, batteries, sensors, advanced networks, space and technology, satellite technology, storage systems, and a relevant part of the digital energy and defense infrastructure.
International cooperation may be useful, but exploration of these resources must be followed by a careful analysis of these impacts on the well-being of the people and on national sovereignty. I'd like to highlight my conviction that its exploration will always be necessary. But for this, we must consider economic and strategic aspects. But these ones must prevail over the latter ones. In the international stability issue, we must invest in defense and assure our capacity of deterrence. We must also defend commerce, international commerce. But we must also remind ourselves that protectionism is always present, especially, forgive me, Ambassador, the European Union protectionist measures imposed on us, and also by the United States. So we don't defend a state model, but we must be conscious that the power concentration in some countries has the power of undermining democracy and deepening inequality, which is the case of the big techs, which refuse any sort of regulations. Today, we can see how some AI companies dominate full sectors, even in developed countries. In light of the power of the big techs, the states must not abdicate of their own legitimate capacity to regulate this, when that is derived by the vote of the people. We must assure that technological development is directed. Technological development must be directed towards common goods, such as lowering poverty, protecting of the environment, and the assurance of human rights. The U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders has been defending that AI should be treated as a public resource, since it is built on the accumulated knowledge and accumulated creativity and work of all of humanity. To reach these goals, the state must continue to have a crucial role. It is even more concerning to see ideological elements in this debate, such as the idea of having a battle between AI companies, supposedly libertarian, against the state, so-called state terrorism. To live in a world where there are not billionaires, but trillionaires, and where billions of people are hungry, that's not acceptable to have such inequality. Philosopher Francis Bacon, that lived between the 16th and 17th century, he used to say that this division of power must be accompanied by the division of knowledge. Knowledge is power. AI is the multiplying effector of power and asymmetries. It must be recognized that neither Latin America nor Europe are leading the technological race of artificial intelligence. What we see today are two poles, the United States and China. However, Europe and Latin America are allies in many areas, such as regulation of big techs and support to multilateral governance and ethics on AI. Even in the BRICS companies, this is something that should be dealt so that the global south must provide an adequate response to the new challenges. AI, such as most other technologies, it's not neutral. They are not neutral. The strategy of diversification of countries and of different partnerships is essential to mitigate different risks. Regional partnerships must increase the needed scale so that we can have more investments. We do know today of the difficulties of integration between South America. The difficulties of integration in South America are current difficulties, but this is a goal that must be pursued. Brazil continues to bet on multipolarity and multilateralism, and both reinforce and complement each other. Contrary to what many think, they're not the same thing. Multipolarity without multilateralism can lead you to a world dominated by areas of influence, the Hobbesian influence of the war of everyone against everyone. As a counterpart, multilateralism without multipolarity could instrumentalize international organizations for unilateral objectives, such as we've seen in many cases of the major powers, for example. Back to the Pope issued encyclicals to record that the Paul VI wrote the very famous phrase, development is the new name of peace. Today, without losing dimension of what Paul VI left us, the message that Paul VI left us, the Pope, we can say that the peace is the new name given to development. It's not possible to develop in a world which is marked by war. What we see today, unfortunately, is that war is a new normal. It's very difficult to think of a development policy when there are exponential increases in the price of fuels and price of fertilizers, which obviously also reflects on the price of foods and on hunger. To wrap this up, I would like to reflect on something that goes beyond the scope of the title of this discussion. Again, paraphrasing Pope Leo XIV, I'd like to remind you that the major antidotes to the war are dialogue and negotiations. It's not always simple. Sorry. In any negotiation, trust between the parties and between mediators, it's crucial. For this, it's sometimes necessary to put oneself in someone else's place, understand the needs of the others. I cannot see how technology can replace this human being in this search. In other cases, preconditions that are clearly unacceptable are a recipe for failure. I'd like to finish by summarizing a phrase by President Lula, who summarizes his policy, and I replace, to put this human being at the center of decisions is a crucial task, an urgent task. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Muito obrigado. Foram ótimos comentários com tantos.
Bien, quisiera aprovechar este pequeño intervalo para saludar a algunas autoridades que nos acompañan. Don Omar Paganini, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de otrora de Uruguay, para quien pido un aplauso también. Don Omar, gusto saludarlo.
I'd like to salute also Arabia, Deputy of the Republic of Argentina. I'd like to acknowledge them as well and to keep the rhythm of the conversation. Well, thank you. I'd like to yield the word right now to the General Director of the Middle East Department and Latin America, Donna Dona Anna-Kaisa, you have the word for 10 to 12 minutes. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to all of you, ambassadors, Ambassador Celso and Henning, Mr. Hedrich, dear Mr. Borges, Frau Schuegraf, colleagues.
Dear friends, it is really a great honor for me to address this conference today, and para mim também, pessoalmente, é grande prazer.
And it's also a pleasure to be here today in this beautiful city, which is today kind of rainy. This is really a beautiful city. It's important to discuss these very important issues of today.
Thanking all the organizers for bringing us all together. Herzlichen Dank an die Konrad Adenauer Stiftung und alle anderen Partner für die feine Organisation dieser Konferenz. Thank you also to our EU colleagues and contribution to this event and all of our common work here, and of course a big thank you to CEBRI. Eu vou falar em inglês hoje.
I'll be speaking in English today.
Already asked me whether I would enrich the discussion by speaking Finnish, but I will speak in English today. So we have come together to reflect on one of the very defining questions of our time. How is technological transformation reshaping power, sovereignty, and the very foundations of the global order? The title of my intervention that I was given, From Balance to Disruption, Technology and the Future of Global Power, captures the essence of this moment. We are no longer living in a world defined by traditional geopolitical balance. We have entered a reality of multiple disruptions, and including, and very importantly, a technological one. Technology plays its big part in disrupting established structures and creating a new kind of an order, both political and societal. We can call this order dynamic, and certainly we can call it volatile. Ladies and gentlemen, today's strategic competition is increasingly shaped by three mutually reinforcing dimensions: geopolitics, geoeconomics, and geotechnology. And it is the third, geotechnology, that is currently the biggest unknown for us. But also the two other dimensions of strategic competition are undergoing change. In the first of the three, the geopolitical discourse, concepts such as multipolarity, plurilateralism, spheres of influence, and increasingly transactional modes of interaction have entered or re-entered the stage. Together they all reflect a fragmentation of the system. Then, as regards the second dimension of the strategic competition, geoeconomics, we have seen the rise of economic nationalism, economic coercion, and geopolitics of scarcity. Alongside these trends, states are seeking security through friend-shoring and re-shoring solutions as uncertainty grows. These terms reflect the trends of relocation of production and supply chains to allied countries, as well as the return of production to domestic bases. So then to the third dimension of the strategic competition, today's main focus, geotechnology. There our focus has really shifted now to transformative technologies, as was mentioned already many times. These include artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and robotics, just to name a few. In this emerging geotechnical environment, the ability to anticipate and shape future developments constitutes a key strategic advantage. Because of this very rapid evolution, if not revolution, of geotechnology, also questions related to governance and regulation of technological development have become crucially important. And this at a time when international relations have become also otherwise challenged from the perspective of shared rules, agreements, and trust. The conclusion of new agreements has become increasingly difficult in many areas. Efforts to weaken existing arrangements have intensified. This reflects broader disagreements over values and norms, even among friends, so to say. Luckily, there are notable exceptions, such as the EU-Mercosur agreement, which the ambassador also already alluded to. And also, we mustn't rush to think that multilateralism in its entirety would somehow now be in shambles. Also, Ambassador Amorim spoke a lot about the importance of multilateralism. As we speak, international flights are flying. Parcels and letters are delivered across the globe, and global weather patterns are studied in orderly international cooperation. And all of this, too, is multilateralism. But we have to increasingly learn to live with transactional approaches. They emphasize situational cooperation. In such a framework, security, economics, and technology are subjects of continuous negotiation. They are no longer anchored primarily in long-term commitments. While this kind of balancing may increase flexibility and negotiating power, it also carries risks. It may erode mutual trust and undermine long-term partnerships. For this reason, as was already mentioned by many speakers this morning, the need to strengthen dialogue, build trust, and identify common ground becomes ever more important. Stability requires cooperation, even during competition. Finland's annual high-level conference on international relations hosted by our president took place just last week on Thursday and Friday. And the chief guest this time was the president of Kenya, His Excellency Mr. William Ruto. To quote his words, "Future is not about choosing sides, it is about choosing partnerships." Ladies and gentlemen, our conference raises a few key questions. One of them, a first one, how do technological innovations transform the traditional balance of power and the concept of sovereignty in the 21st century? My president, I already mentioned him, the President of the Republic of Finland, Dr. Alexander Stubb, has emphasized that we are simultaneously experiencing multiple transformations, including a technological one, besides the reshaping of the global order, not to mention climate change underlying this all. And in this context, also our security environment has become increasingly unstable. The world is moving toward an era in which power and force have become more pronounced. And at the same time, the weave of the rule-based order is being tested. And in this environment also, local conflicts no longer have remained local. They have quickly evolved into broader tensions, maybe escalating into regional or even global crisis. And technological development in this whole acts as a force multiplier. It accelerates information influence and hybrid threats. And at the same time, the concept of sovereignty is evolving. It is no longer limited to territorial integrity alone. It extends to data flows, digital infrastructures, and technological interdependencies. A state's ability to act independently increasingly depends on how well it controls critical technologies. If you ever thought only technology was hardware and values software, do check your thinking. Values are part of the backbone of our life in the era of geotechnology. Senores, a second key question today could be, how does competition for technological leadership influence global governance and strategic alliances? Here I would like to emphasize the decisive importance of interdependence and an open economy in managing these risks. Open and rule-based trade is not only a source of economic growth, it is also a key mechanism supporting security. It binds states together, increases predictability, and reduces the risk of conflict escalation. From this perspective, inward-looking policies and protectionism do not enhance security. On the contrary, they increase tensions and weaken international networks. Finland is also a devoted member of the European Union, and for us, the EU's response to technological transformation is absolutely vital. Ambassador Schuegraf already spoke about the recent visit of the coincidentally Finnish Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Mrs. Henna Virkkunen, to Brazil, and the launching of the digital partnership between the EU and Brazil. We, as Finland, we see it exactly as the Union as a whole. Technology is directly linked to security, geopolitical influence, and resilience of democracy. Technological sovereignty refers to Europe's capacity to develop, govern, and protect technologies and critical technologies on our own terms. But technological sovereignty doesn't mean technological isolation. Instead, it builds on trusted partnerships globally. When we examine global developments, we observe clear differences in how technology is used across states with different value systems. In Finland, as in the rest of the EU, we think technology must serve people. It must strengthen democracy and protect citizens' rights. Democracies have a responsibility to learn how to use technology for the benefit of all and in support of everyone's fundamental rights. You might have heard that Finland has been named the happiest country in the world for 9 years in a row. And that has to do with the weave of our society, the trust and the openness between the citizens and towards the institutions. Transformative technology has become entirely interconnected also with security and defense. Together, these define many of the key strategic choices of our time. The artificial intelligence-based autonomous weapon systems, the rapid development of drone technologies, advanced surveillance systems, and the faster than we wish to think development of robotics raise fundamental questions. But also these at some point wind down to human responsibility and ethical limits. We must find a balance. This balance concerns security, privacy, and the protection of democratic rights. And as much as we talk about security and defense, it is important to recognize that sustainable long-term growth is primarily driven by civilian markets. These include health technology, biotechnology, and other sectors that improve living standards and generate broad societal benefits. I have 1 minute. So I will turn the page. Actually, I have a change of the page, just a second. My final question then is, how can Europe and Latin America position themselves in this new technological order to promote stability, resilience, and shared prosperity together? The answer lies, as was already mentioned, as I happily noted several times this morning, in a shared value base. We are united by a commitment to democracy, the rule of law, and open societies. This creates an exceptionally strong foundation for building deep and sustainable partnerships. So to sum up, technological transformation is not merely a technical change. It is a profound geopolitical, economic, and value-based shift. It reshapes the balance of power, it transforms sovereignty, and it redefines international alliances. And at the same time, it offers us an opportunity. It allows us to influence what the future world will look like. The question is not only who controls technology, the question is what values technology serves. So we together, we have a historic opportunity and we have a responsibility. Together we can ensure that technological development supports freedom, democracy, and stability. The transition from balance to disruption is underway, and whether we can build a new and more sustainable balance from this disruption remains in our hands. Thank you. Muito obrigada.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much for.
Thank you very much for your words. Very interesting words. I'd like to welcome now Mrs. Ballesteros from the Republic of Peru, and also acknowledge Ms. Ballesteros, and also the Deputy of the Bolivian Republic, Dom Paulo Baviento, who is in our audience. Welcome also, and all the authorities and ambassadors and personalities, distinct personalities that are here with us. We've wrapped up our first expositions, and now we will have Dr. Henning from Germany. He'll have 10 to 12 minutes for his own thoughts. Thank you.
Go on the stage after the happiest people and the consecutive.
Aqui no palco após a ministra da Finlândia, então eu vou iniciar agradecendo os organizadores por estar aqui mais uma vez. Isso agora para mim é praticamente uma família, eu me sinto como em família. Então agradeço ao Max, ao Sr. José Pio, Júlia, todos da equipe da CEBRI. É um prazer estar aqui com vocês e ter trabalhado por tantos anos com vocês. Para mim tem sido um grande modelo e uma cooperação. E a marca dessa Conferência Forte, nós sempre lidamos com as questões mais importantes para o momento e para o futuro próximo. As conversas e os assuntos próximos 2 dias, especificamente, será muito importante. Teremos uma das conversas mais importantes, então agradeço muito a vocês por isso.
Bom, esta conferência também chega no momento em que existe
Of the EU and also of my government on the Latin American subcontinent. We've alluded to the EU-Mercosur agreement that has finally been signed. I want to put the upgraded global agreement between the EU and Mexico in that line. And speaking for my government, we started last year with the CELAC summit, went to Bolivia on the first day in office of the new government. We just had a visit to Mexico 10 days ago and are preparing another visit to Argentina and Brazil in 2 weeks' time. So there's really momentum and focus on the bi-regional relations, and this just underlines the potential that we see in this relation. And just to underline, I'm also very happy that a delegation of Munich Security Conference is here with us, because it is one of the elements to link the security debate on the 2 continents closer, and I think this is something we should work on all together. Talking about the topic, and a lot already has been mentioned, the rapid advance of AI and the possible emergence of artificial general intelligence promises to present all of us, policymakers, decision makers, with unprecedented disruption. The World Economic Forum, as we know, put in its global risk report AI as the top risk for the years to come. We heard that both Beijing and Washington have made global AI leadership a strategic imperative. Leading US and Chinese companies are investing enormous amounts of money to forge ahead, far more than we Europeans and then our Latin American partners. Celso Amorim alluded to that. News coverage features daily announcement of technological breakthroughs, discussions of AI-driven job losses, and they also fuel the fears of possible catastrophic global risks, such as AI-enabled engineering of deadly pandemic, all of that is thinkable in these days. Not to forget the Anthropic's Mythos, which is considered to be a game changer already in the cyber domain and will most likely be outperformed by even more capable AI models. Indicators of coming powerful change are everywhere, and the speakers before have alluded to that. This will reshape global order. There's no question. It's just a question of how quickly and at what costs. Today's revolution in foundational technologies such as AI, quantum, robotics, and biotech, Anna-Kaisa has already mentioned that, is at the heart of global competition between geopolitical rivals. They pose a real test to our security, but they also represent an engine for historic possibility for our economies, for our democracy as well, for our people and for our planet. To put another way, security, stability, and prosperity are by far no longer just an analog matter. The challenge for us, policymakers, politicians, is that we have to navigate in a world in which the intersection of economics, of technology, and security has become if not the defining feature. And even the most farsighted, and I assume there are some of AI experts here among us, don't know for sure what the AI-driven future will look like exactly, or how these foundational technologies will be used. That breakthrough, if it happens, and I'm tempted to say it will happen, might even look much more dramatic in terms of economic and also military gains for its winners. And the military perspective can be seen as we speak on the battlefield between Russia and Ukraine, which is heavily tech-based and is a new dimension of digital warfare. I just want to make one detour to just give you an impression on how we as a German government try to deal with this enormous speed and consequences. So we've set up a new Ministry for Digitalization and Modernization that tries to cope with technological developments. And in the Foreign Ministry, we have embarked on a huge structural reform, the first one in decades, and created a new division for future technology and these questions. These are just minor steps, but they underline the importance on how we as government try to tackle and keep up with the speed. Marian Schuegraf has already underlined what Europe is trying to do in order to preserve its agency in the question. So what Europe is doing, we're trying to double down on advanced technologies in Europe, try to invest, try to identify practical steps onto how we can mitigate risk, but at the same time turbocharge our competitiveness and strengthen our sovereignty. That's something that also Celso Amorim has alluded to. So what do we mean by technological sovereignty? Technological sovereignty refers to Europe's ability to develop, control, and scale our critical infrastructure, services, and data. Those elements that underpin our economy, our security, and our society. But let me be clear, and since we're talking in a forum that brings two regions together, by sovereignty, we don't mean autarky. We cannot be on ourselves, on our own. To the contrary, for Europe to become strong, to become competitive, and to become sovereign in an era of AI, we need international cooperation. That is of utmost importance. Strong, reliable partnerships are key, and we find those here in Latin America. It's not only a conversation we're having today. We had a similar conversation in Mexico just 10 days ago, where technology and AI was very prominent in our discussion. Against this backdrop, and Marian Schuegraf has mentioned, the digital dialogue with Brazil is a very concrete showcase, and there's ample opportunity for Germany, for the EU, and for Latin America to strengthen and deepen cooperation in the digital and technological realm. I have written down a quote by Pope Leo XIV, but there have been many already mentioned, so I'll skip that one. But just underline that, of course, there's this ethical dimension to the question, and it must be a driving principle for us as well when targeting the question of how to deal with AI from a policy perspective. We have to make sure that there's no global divide between big and small, rich and poor countries, that might only widen. The risk of a world splitting into two technospheres, a US-centered and a Chinese-centered, is increasingly real. In addition, we believe that there's a serious risk that key technologies such as advanced AI can still go badly wrong because of AI-enabled bioweapons, because of extreme concentration of power in the hands of AI-enabled actors, or because tech companies prove unable to align their AI systems and lose control over them. And Celso and Amorim alluded to the tremendous power big tech and singular actors, non-state actors, have. At the same time, we also believe that it is crucial to offer a positive vision of what AI can do for our societies. AI can unlock extraordinary benefits for humanity, help find cures and vaccines, improve food security, just to mention some elements, and benefits for humanity, but only if we shape it with the utmost wisdom and care. Working together, we can seize this extraordinary inflection point to shape a future that reflects our values, that advances our common interests, and that makes life safer, more just, more prosperous, and full of opportunity for all of us. In the AI era, we need to maximize the potential and minimize the risk of these foundational disruptive technologies. And that's what we want to do in Europe and together with Latin America. So I'm very much looking forward to the conversation, and thank you very much.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, señor Speck, por su...
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speck, for your excellent participation, and it shows the commitment of the German Federal Republic with Latin American countries. I must accuse Dr. Celso Amorim, who was just summoned by President Lula. So a round of applause for him, and thank him for his excellent participation. Well, I have the...
Now,
Então, existem muitos temas que foram abordados aqui. Vamos esperar um segundo para que o senhor Celso Amorim possa sair da sala. Muito bem, muitos falaram a respeito dessa correlação que existe entre, eu não sei se vocês ouvem bem, this correlation between geopolitics, technology, and obviously with power correlations. One can say that the past century was marked by the Cold War and the global conflicts. We had what was called the War of the Galaxies, this conflict between the United States and Russia in space matters. Could we say that we are seeing a digital Cold War currently? Henning?
There yet. I see there's a race for tech superiority, but so far I would say there are still enough actors to be part of the whole tech environment, and there is a reluctancy by many global actors, as I said, to join one side or the other in full dependence. So I think this is something that is evolving. The problem is that the speed of developments, the speed of technological developments is so high that it is very difficult to predict where we will be in 5 or 10 years. This is a bit of the danger. There's one additional element, and we've briefly alluded to it. We had a conversation yesterday in more depth about it. There is a link between technology in a hardware sense and other elements when it comes to raw materials. For example, certain resources, raw earths, critical minerals, are pivotal to be able to produce the hardware for technology. And this is an element that is increasingly being used to either speed up or put a brake on certain developments. So we have to undoubtedly link this element to the overall discussion when it comes to AI.
I think the comparison to the Cold War era is very, very difficult, because at that time we had two large state powers building their capacities, and although the situation was of course complex in many ways politically, but it was fairly easy to analyze. We fairly well knew the facts and the actors and what they were doing. Now in this current situation or revolution where we are, we have a lot of non-state actors, meaning private companies more than anything else, that are actually calling the shots. And we don't have that transparency. We don't know actually exactly what all is happening. So I think this is a far more complex situation. Really, I think governments are really we are trying to follow, we are trying to catch up when someone else is actually leading the way.
En relation with that, en relación con eso, porque quiero esperar que usted se ponga.
Precisely because it seemed that there were not two identifiable states and what you call the non-state actors. How should one relate, should the states in general relate, and in particular Europe and Latin America, considering this new scenario? How would the political power, when the technological transnational companies have so much power?
We tend to be self-critical, and here we as Europeans would say that our response would be to regulate more. But that obviously cannot be the answer. Clearly, the technology has gone far ahead. There's no way we can now start curbing in the innovation and the direction we are going to. But I think what we need to do, I think we need to reinvent ourselves as governments in a way. I think Henning mentioned that the German government has undergone a big change in the way you look at everything digital, and so I think we have to make sure that we change accordingly. And also here, I think we just need to have a good connection to that private sector. We need to have a dialogue, a kind of a constructive dialogue. There's no way we can stop them, but we have to kind of know what they're doing, and we also have to really learn from them. So, but this is a totally new situation for sure for governments.
I mean, I can only add that I think the dialogue with private sector is all the more important, and the problem I see is that the gap between those who develop technology and the regulators, the policymakers, is widening tremendously just because of a lack of understanding of having technical expertise on what is happening. And even though I mentioned the structural reforms we've conducted or started to do, it is very, very difficult to compete with the private sector. For us as a government to hire cutting-edge experts is almost impossible, because in the public sector you just cannot pay the wages, you cannot compete with the wages. So this is a serious problem we are facing. I think governments will have, or groups of governments, and we're trying to do that in the EU, but also with other partners, will have to embark on proper and responsible regulation. But even saying so puts us in a very, very difficult place, because in Europe, for example, and I think it is similar here in Brazil and in other Latin American countries, we value data security and data protection quite high, much more so than other actors. But if we beef up regulation regarding data protection, tech companies won't be able to tap this gold of the future. And this is what other companies in the US and in China, for example, are able to do to a much broader extent. And this is where policy making becomes very difficult, weighing the one thing versus the other.
Sí. Bueno, ahí podríamos arribar a una pequeña.
So we come to the conclusion that about the importance of the dialogue with the public sector. One of the problems is precisely this vertigo of the private sector compared to the capacity of a public sector. But I would like to add something else, and perhaps related to the parliaments, the Congress. The dialogue between parliament and the digital ecosystem is hostile because you don't have members of parliament who are experts in those matters. So there's a challenge both for the point of view of how you adequately regulate the digital industry, but at the same time, how do you not impose obstacles to technological development? So we safeguard data. We have challenges which refer to regulation, but how should we move forward with this dialogue in a fruitful manner between an industry which is not eager to be regulated, and on the other hand, the creator of public policies, a legislator who many times lacks the expertise to be able to conduct this regulation, and asked it. And many times in Europe, where people criticize the over-regulation of that matter. And please, Ms. Ambassador, Madam Ambassador.
I think for parliamentarians, it's very human for parliamentarians as all of us to react in two ways if there's a phenomenon that one doesn't know very well. Either one gets a little bit afraid, what is this that is happening, or one ignores it because I can't understand this, so I'll ignore it. And that, of course, is not the solution. We all have to be able to dive into the deep end with this technological change. But I think now, of course, I can only speak for us Europeans. And I do want to believe that European companies throughout the sectors, including these very advanced technologies, have their principles and values. They have their environmental, societal, governmental or governance principles that they want to follow. A lot of them are publicly listed, and they do have to. They are responsible to their owners, which is a lot of ordinary people as well. So I do want to believe that at least in Europe we have possibilities for this sound base. I know that the big technology companies in the world at the moment are not European. They are from the US, and they might have a different approach to this matter. But I'll just speak for Europe.
I totally agree, and we try to do that at the European level. But coming back to the challenge policymakers have, be it in government or in parliament, and I think just this morning, the European Parliament passed elements of a trade agreement with the US. And part of this very challenging conversation was how to deal with US tech companies and regulations. And this will continue to be one of the challenges, because on the one hand, we want to benefit from technological advances and want to be part of this endeavor. But on the other hand, as I said before, European regulations and European protection mechanisms are sometimes of higher standards, and to bring that on a common denominator is a continuous challenge. And you rightly said, sometimes there's a lack of expertise anyway, because there's this widening gap, and this is something which will, my assumption, be there for a while, simply because the dynamic is so fast.
Bien, paso a otro tema que en verdad quería preguntárselo también. Creo que es bastante evidente que hay dos grandes entrando en gran.
What want to use AI right now. So the United States and China, you may not agree with the thesis, but the idea is to create this idea, the controversy. How is Latin America and Europe be a part of this in order to have this technological innovation, top-tier technological innovation? It's not only innovation, but it's also, in terms of geopolitics, it's about following democratic processes and the day-to-day conversations and the dilemma that we're having right now in our country, which is this polarization, political polarization. How can democracies, how can they coexist? And the coexistence with the distinct states, they will also be affected by this power that delivers this technology. Henning, you, and then please the ambassador.
We talked, Marian Schuegraf did, I did talk about what, and Anna-Kaisa as well, about what Europe is currently doing in order to be able to participate more, be more of a player in the development and in the usage of AI. I can speak again from a German perspective. We still are quite at cutting edge when it comes to consumer-oriented, product-oriented AI usage. The link between industrial processing and AI. There's quite advanced technology even in Germany, and I think together with Latin America we need to look at those niches where we can work on developing cutting-edge technology. This is where the huge investment of European companies in Latin America, specifically in Brazil, but also in Mexico and other countries, comes in. Those are companies, some of them German-owned, with subsidiaries here, and they bring in the technology. So this is something where we can both benefit and we have to look at. At the same time, we are all looking at investing into data centers, because this is a core element of being able to create and use AI in the first place. And looking at that, you know that in parts of Europe we have an energy scarcity, and energy is a big necessity for data centers. And a country like Brazil or like Uruguay with almost 100% of renewable energy production for the domestic energy consumption is of course a very good location to create larger data centers. So we should look at that as to what option and potential there is and how we can work together to just build the basis to participate. At the end of the day, we want, and I think Marian has said, we want to be players, not a playground, and this is what we need to create the basis for.
This time the translation of your question, Mr. Chair, got going a little slowly, so I'm not exactly sure what you asked, but I'll answer what I want to answer. So I'll do like the politicians do. I think you also mentioned polarization, nevertheless, in the question, and that of course is a huge worry for us all throughout our societies, throughout the globe. It really goes across all of our continents, no matter where we are. The social media has been in many ways very useful, but it has done a lot of harm as well to our societies. And I think we are all trying to grapple with the question how to deal with it. And I do want to believe that we have in a way reached a kind of a point where societies have started to understand that what we mustn't just be objects of this phenomenon, we also can be on the driver's seat. I mean, these limits that are being put to the use of social media to children or the youth, and also otherwise facts. We have to be grounded on facts in everything we do. I think it's very important for us as officials, for the media certainly, to keep fighting for it and not to go with the flow and not to let go. I think it's still possible to try and keep it on a somewhat decent track.
Another issue, as Celso has mentioned earlier, citing Pope Leo XIV that mentioned and that considered very heavily But at the end of the day, the Pope speaks about the new slaveries, new situations of injustice that could be created from what he calls the technological paradigm, places in this world where because of low-cost considerations, you have digital support. The rest of the world can benefit from this, but also how can workplace become precarious because of these new technologies, and also increases in inequalities because of different access to technology from unequal peoples. How can you reflect upon this? How do you deal with this in Europe? What did you think about Leo XIV's comments? What do you think about Leo XIV comments? And how to have, as Minister Celso said, put the person at the center of development, but yet understand that technical development is a part of the challenge. Ambassador?
I think it is very telling of our times that even the Pope has spoken so emphatically about the situation about the new technologies and the situation we are in, and certainly this question of, say, global digital divide continues to be extremely concerning. On the one hand, I would say rather maybe on the other hand, I've seen it for myself. Prior to this position that I took up 2 years ago, I was Finland's ambassador to Mozambique, and I traveled the country extensively, and of course the country is still poor, but I could see how innovative people can be if they have a mobile phone, if they have that access to internet, to network. It is also a huge enabler. It is also a very empowering fact to be able to be connected either to other people or to your work or to your markets. Through simple applications and all that. So I don't want to only say that digital development is divisive in the world, but certainly it comes a lot, it really boils down to then big tech in the sense that if you have a 3G network or if you have a 5G network, you have a totally different access to the world and totally different access to services. So in that sense, I think it is extremely important to look at what kind of networks different societies have. Also, it is very important to pay attention to the, say, technological security of the networks, because all information that goes through those networks can be monitored if somebody wants to do it. And I think it's very, very important for each and every society, for each and every government also to pay attention to choosing the clean, transparent, secure and safe networks for their citizens, for their governments.
Yeah, I would answer it very similarly, that I see some risk, but I also see huge potential. And I think especially across Africa, if you look at modernization because of digitalization in the past decade or 2 decades, is very, very it's tremendous, and it has caused a lot of access, especially to an interconnected business environment. So there's a huge plus side on that. And I do see other opportunities that benefit across the globe. Just one example, I think a couple of weeks ago we were in Greece, where they developed an AI-supported model to monitor heat and climate-inflicted developments. So this causes or has a direct cause on the production of foods and crops. And if that is diluted, it can help even for small farming to provide better results and to become more climate resilient. So there's many, many benefits when it comes to digitalization that can pay off. But I do see the risk of a divide, but also coming back to the whole issue of disinformation and cybersecurity aspects, because this is something we are all very, very worried about. The one thing is access, but the other is the quality of information you received. And we are increasingly seeing that false information and deliberate disinformation campaign can cause political turmoil, including in countries, and this is something that is concerning.
Totalmente. Bueno, nos queda poco tiempo. ya que acá tenemos personas de distintos.
Então, so we'll have people from different countries, all of them interested on technological development and interested on geopolitics. If you could provide three messages, three tips for all here, what should be these three tips if you would be in a position to lead these countries? What should be the three priorities that these policymakers that are here, what are the three priorities that they should have? What do you say from Finland and Germany for the Latin American leaders here, just to wrap this up?
You start, yes.
Base your thinking and actions on facts. That would be number one. Second one is keep moving, don't stop. Follow the developments and the technologies and make sure that your government is up to the mark in this sense. A third one would be, I think, the importance of understanding the connections of technology to geopolitics, geoeconomics, the larger big picture. It is not an isolated phenomenon, but it's really about actually the balance of power in the future.
Okay, I would say the first one would be take this development very, very seriously and invest in the people first and foremost. So we all need to create a new knowledge-based society and hence establish university programs, work with private businesses to invest in people. The second is none of our countries is big enough to go on its own. So work together, try to build those international alliances, bi-regional, multi-regional, between different countries and see how we can make the best of the benefits, but also get as wide of an understanding on regulation, on risk management as possible. And the third, to be honest, is protect networks, protect those institutions that are most relevant for our societies and the democracies we work in, because I think most of us, including we in Germany, still underestimate the risks and the exposure that our institutions are being targeted with, and I think one cannot underestimate that. So the protection element is very, very important.
Muy bien. Bueno, yo me permito ponerme un segundo el sombrero de el presidente de la bancada digital.
So I would allow myself, from Chile, from what we've established in Chile, my takeaways are, first of all, states, not only Brazil, but states. We're not very modern. We don't have very little interconnection among systems. We have a major challenge. Second, tax regulations. How can we develop tax incentives for technical development and access to finances in our countries? Normally, access is by venture capital, and risk financing is very scarce, so it would also be very good to know what the alternatives are. Alternatives that Europe would have. I'm not inviting necessarily Finland and Germany to invest in our countries, but these, because there are even more important challenges also. Climate diversity, cultural diversity, those are also major challenges for what we call scientific and technological based companies. We also need to invest in startups, biotechnological, digital development startups, which we call DTechs. And lastly, very important for us, is access to digital talent. How to have exchanges between higher level institutions in Europe and our universities and our technological centers, and how to make these connections among universities. And if we meet again in 10 years, are we going to be better off than we are today? What must we do today so that we can create the incentives? among these work lines, what is it that we must do today so that we may be even better off in 10 years? And with this, I'd like to wrap up. Thank you. Realmente foi mencionada a questão da educação. E quando você me perguntou sobre as 3 dicas, essa seria uma: educação. Eduque as suas pessoas, eduque os seus formuladores de políticas públicas. A educação é a pedra fundamental de cada sociedade desenvolvida. E eduquem também, e como cada indivíduo pode, um indivíduo bem educado, com uma boa educação, pode lidar com essa evolução tecnológica de uma forma muito melhor. Então, sim, essa realmente seria a primeira mensagem mais importante. Isso vai fortalecer um ecossistema de startup e um fortalecimento dessa empresa.
That the government has to do. But yeah, I think that's my message. Yeah.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Henning, palabra final para terminar esta reflexión matutina.
Henning, final word. Esse é o ponto que eu gostaria de mencionar com aquele primeiro elemento de investimento.
And we need to bring down barriers. We need to cooperate much more. We have many exchange programs that are super relevant. We are all under severe budget pressure, so we as policymakers have to fight for those programs and make sure that they don't get cut, to be honest, under these budget conditions, because the opposite is needed. And you mentioned one important point, which goes for Chile but also goes for Europe and for our countries, is creating the financial environment for capital to move. And this is one of the big tasks we are still working on in Europe, to have a unified capital and finance market. It's still a long shot, but we need to move there in order to create the mass and the flexibility to invest. Say if there's a German capital company and there's a good startup in Spain or in Finland, well, there are many in Finland, but but somewhere else to provide the financial benefit and then again be a player such as other companies are. So we have to work on that, and maybe this is also an issue where we can look beyond the borders of Europe and see where we can work together with other countries.
Bueno, un aplauso muy grande para nuestros panelistas.
Major round of applause to our panelists for their reflections and thoughts. And never forget of a very celebrated phrase that is always repeated: we are time. So countries, we are the temple. The countries depend on decisions because the time is us. Thank you very much for this organization. Thank you very much for this panel. A wonderful morning for all of us. Thank you.
Alô? Olá, muito obrigado aos painelistas pelo excelente painel. Vamos seguir a conferência. Eu peço, por gentileza, para todos se sentarem, se acalmarem. Agora a gente vai ter um painel muito especial. E aí eu gostaria de pedir a paciência dos senhores. Nós vamos ter um coffee break em breve. E a gente vai ter bastante tempo para conversar. Mas eu gostaria de aproveitar esse tempo para agradecer, primeiramente, ao Diego Schauper pela excelente moderação. O Diego é o deputado chileno, ele está junto com a CAIS, de um grupo que veio a partir da Casa Partidos, nossa Casa Uruguai, que trouxe uma série de políticos de altíssimo nível da região, ao qual nós estendemos também os agradecimentos à Casa Uruguai, em nome do senhor Henning, pela essa colaboração com a Casa. E também gostaria, claro, de agradecer à Presidência da República pela participação do embaixador e também, é claro, pelo Ministério de Assuntos Internacionais da Finlândia e ao Ministério de Assuntos Internacionais da Alemanha, ao qual os embaixadores estão aqui presentes. E eu gostaria de agradecer em nome da nossa organização. Tá bem? Muito obrigado. A gente já vai começar aqui o próximo painel. Gostaria de pedir para todo mundo se sentar, por favor. A gente vai ter ainda uma intervenção. Só rapidinho aqui, só um minutinho, já volto. Olá, muito bom dia a todos. Eu peço, por favor, que vocês já vão ocupando seus lugares. Nós vamos ter uma sequência de painel agora e depois...
We'll have a series of panels now, and only then we'll have our break. So I ask you to please take your seat. We now have the Flash Talk panel, and then we'll have our coffee break. So we'll now start. Now we'll give start to... I ask you once again to take your seats. We'll have a great presentation now. I ask you to please take your seats. Well, the Flash Talk panel as the purpose of being objective, dynamic. We thought about it as a way to bring relevant and hot themes, which many times are left outside, but which even then should have some room in the program. It is thought about in this format that we'll see with a single reasoning from beginning to end, but what makes us think about them throughout the days. Now, to start our panel, I'd like to invite to the stage the Senior Fellow of CEBRI, Ms. Larissa Lobos. Welcome, Larissa. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you. I thank the organizers for the invite. And while I was getting ready to have this conversation with you today, I was teasing the sense of thinking. Usually, the themes that the Fort presents to its public, many times it focuses on security and defense. I'm a professional who has historically worked on business and investment, above all regarding the Asian region and based on a Brazilian perspective. So what I will offer you now is a reflection about how the business and investment sector has behaved, has seen these geopolitical changes that place Latin America among poles which have made pressure in one direction or another, and they make pressure over the economic sectors, also companies, financial institutions, and make us make definite decisions about resource allocation, which have to be adapted to this new reality. So I find important to remark a position which has been quite present in Brazilian policies and Brazilian diplomacy. Not necessarily Brazil reflects the whole of Latin America, many of you already know. Many of you have already noticed, and we will have other Latin American colleagues. Each one will have a perspective of his own to present. But the fact is that Brazil has, from the diplomatic point of view, worked on for a diplomacy aiming at to be universalist and autonomous, and this is a position that has benefited Brazil from the political and business and investment point of view. The economic development of the country as a whole, especially thinking about the reality of a developing country which still has several challenges, and which are quite deep challenges considering how huge its territory is and how big its population is, with a diversity of regions which come across different economic situations, all of them legitimately looking for a development that may grant them sustainability to the ambitions of their populations. And Brazil has differentiated itself in this diplomacy strategy and universalist and autonomous strategy in the sense of trying to preserve this as a diplomatic tradition. So, for example, Brazil has inaugurated its first embassy out of the Latin American space in the United States at a moment when the Great Britain was still the big international leader, and Brazil dared to negotiate with Germany regarding the development of its nuclear program, even if that went against the interests of the United States at the time. So Brazil has traditionally been in this position, and this has led to benefits which go beyond Brazil, but it is a difficult to be kept position. And we think about the Latin American economies, even countries which are far richer than Brazil, like Canada, for example, they have difficulty in keeping a position that would be truly autonomous and looking for a certain equality of positions between the different global powers. This will not be different at this moment when we come across a pressure coming also from the United States in terms of having an important political influence here in the region, but which comes across pragmatism and a business reality which makes of China a commercial and relevant commercial partner and the biggest partner of several countries in the region, Brazil included. Not all of them, there's an exception, and Mexico is the biggest exception, but considering the Mexican business chain being so related to the United States, it is obvious then. But Brazil obviously has a big challenge, which at the same time is motivated by the quite pragmatic results that the relation with China and with Asia in general has brought to Brazil throughout the past years. If we think especially about the latest 20 years. So those are the provocations I would like to share with you. Also thinking about what kind of a diversification strategy the continent as a whole should have, but perhaps considering the Brazilian and Mercosur reality, what would be useful to these neighboring countries. Certainly diversification will be part of this reflection for all of them, and in that sense the Mercosur European Union agreement was a great win, the same way that other agreements we had recently, like the Mercosur-Singapore agreement, which brings us closer to other partners in Asia and allows us to develop other business and investment relations. I'd like to remark the fact that Brazil is reality, an economic reality that does not have available savings that would allow us to make long-term investment, which are very necessary to the development of Brazilian economy. And this brings us several problems and encourages us in our strategy of diversifying international partnerships, especially in terms of continuing to be a country that is perhaps one of the most open countries in the world to receive foreign investment, which is not the case of other countries in our surrounding, which also have different geographic situations compared to Brazil. Brazil has a size which is almost continental, different regions, and a consumer market which justifies many times the entrance of multinational companies to work in this market if it need to adapt to certain local reality, which is not always the case if the markets are smaller, if the countries are smaller. So each one will have to deal with a challenge of his own. But the reasoning here is that if we are a country that lacks so much investment in infrastructure, we must be a country open to investments in infrastructure. And what Brazil has tried to do is to create investment opportunities, be it in terms of infrastructure, energy, agriculture, technology, communications, in equanimous, equitative manner. There is not policy in Brazil that may have encouraged that certain countries should be the source of certain capital flows. If a foreign company is interested in investing in Brazil, the rules for this investment are not modified depending on the origin of the capital. All the companies, regardless of where the money comes from, will have to adapt to the rules that were imposed for that process of attracting investment, be it for a road, a port, a hydropower plant, or a transmission line for electrical energy, for example.
So this is the first point. If we today have, on behalf of the United States and Europe, a concern with the entrance of Chinese capital into Brazil, an invitation that we could make is that have multinational capital-based companies in the United States and Europe, they can also take part in the same process, and they can also be important investors in these sectors, as they already are, but they can increase their participation in light of the new opportunities that come up. This is true for many different sectors, but I'd like to highlight agriculture, for example. We are concerned, and we frequently hear this from our international partners, that Brazil should concern itself with the dependence excess on China on the agricultural sector. This is true. We should frequently work towards diversifying our consumer market. But I'd like to highlight that if Brazil is able to, with China, have the agricultural trade floor that they have today, this is possible because of U.S. and European capital companies. Brazil is a location where agricultural production effectively occurs, but for it to occur, you need U.S. and European companies, and more recently, in the last 10 years, there's a Chinese capital company also. They must furnish to the Brazilian agricultural farmer seeds, fertilizers, pesticides that are the raw materials necessary for the agriculture to occur, in addition to machines, obviously. These suppliers, unfortunately, are not normally Brazilian capital companies. They're not originally Brazilian companies, because what Brazil also needs to do is also develop its own technology, its own ability of being able to supply to these sectors where it is very competitive, but also be less dependent on outside capital. But when these supplies reach Brazilian agricultural farmers, they normally receive these products and they may not have money to pay for this immediately, which is why they obtain a loan, and the loan is repaid when when the crops are harvested, normally 9 months afterwards. And 9 months afterwards, he'll deliver the products to those who loaned him the money at the beginning of the planting. And this production is delivered to trading companies, normally US or European-based trading companies, also Chinese trading companies. But from Brazil's standpoint of trade, the biggest Chinese trading company is probably 5th in the ranking of all of the agricultural trading companies. The 4th biggest are US or European trading companies. And these trading companies negotiate in the global market. They decide to who this production will be sold to. So I'm sometimes bothered when I hear about, when I talk to my international partners, and they ask me, what is the Brazilian government going to be doing with regard to this excessive dependency on China. And my answer is, what could the Brazilian government do about this? We have an important policy for this agriculture section, which is called the Plan Safra, which is a form of subsidizing Brazil farmers with subsidized loans, but that's not enough to comply with our demand. That normally covers only 1/3 of the total funds needed for the sector. 2/3 are financed in other manners or other means, and half of these 2/3 are financed by this formula which I just mentioned to you. And this is just to mention that Brazil's trade with China, and this is also true for other Latin American countries, we also operate also from a collaboration that is very intense with multinational companies that come from your countries of origin. And it's good that this is so, because if it were not so, perhaps we would be more subjected to international pressures regarding the destinations, the end use of these exports. So it's important for us to evaluate this dependence or not, this market that is coming up, this market possibility in Asia. We must understand this. We must understand what are the companies that benefit from this. Where is this return of capital sent to? It's important for Brazil that has conditions that are very favorable for production of agricultural products, and that have a young labor force able to work in the fields. It's important for him to find a market where he can deliver his end product, whether it's in China or Asia. If we think about the Asian Southeast and the demand that is growing for protein, livestock, pork, and other protein sources. But for this, Brazil also needs efficient logistics, which means ports that are able to export frozen products, refrigerated containers also. Brazil by itself has difficulties investing in this infrastructure because we don't have the savings rates and we have a very tight fiscal situation. If we're not able to attract investments for these port investments in Brazil, we are not going to be able to have a favorable trade balance, trade surplus. If we don't have a favorable trade surplus, if we don't have demand in the regions of the world that are growing and that demand that require a product, we will not have in the center west, in Mato Grosso, Tocantins, Bahia's west. These are regions that could be developing. If we didn't have the outside capital, we wouldn't have the development we have today. It was either Louis Vuitton or Gucci recently opened an important store, a flagship store in Goiânia. Do you guys know where Goiânia is located? I live in Brasília. Goiânia is about 4 hours drive away from Brasília. Goiânia is one of the capital cities of Brazil's center west. Why is there so much money there where they can buy Vuitton handbags? Thanks to agricultural development in Brazil. This is to highlight that what is occurring in Brazil is not an isolated phenomenon. It is not something only that is only Brazil. Brazil is part of this game, but Argentina is also an important player, and we'll be having to navigate this world of new challenges. And as this world changes, the challenges will change also. But I have the impression that we'll continue following the same logic of a very close connection between West and East. If we think about energy transition and the need of diversifying the fuels, maritime and aviation fuels diversification, Brazil knows that it can attract interesting investments in aviation fuel and maritime fuels. But who is it interested in investing in Brazil, transferring this technology to Brazil, fueling up their planes in Brazil? These are the negotiations that we'll be needing to have in the upcoming years that will also benefit many multinational companies. So it's also necessary for us to evaluate, and this was a major shock, I could say. When the U.S. tariffs were applied to Brazil last year, that was a shock, not only for Brazil, but also for many U.S. companies that had a very complex reality of production and development of their productive chain with Brazil. Oftentimes we had agricultural machines, some cases you had agricultural machines produced in Brazil that were exported by US-based companies to the United States for their use, for agricultural use in the United States, because there was a very strong similarity between Brazil and US agricultural means. Even if there's some differences because Brazil is a tropical country, but in terms of grain production, the United States sometimes is even ahead of us technologically speaking. But it's important to note that these chains, these supply chains, complement themselves, and we have a demand from one party to another. Brazil is not alone in this trade relationship, as our other neighborly countries are not alone. So so what I ask you is, how can we, from this reality, how can we have supply other markets that grow, for example, in Africa, in Southeast Asia, and that will allow us to have economic combinations that are interesting, combine capital from Europe and the United States, and combine this with this market that develops itself, that is growing increasingly important in Asia as they improve their lifestyles, and they start feeding better, eating better, and taking advantage of the foodstuffs that we're able to offer. An important road ahead is being developed, which is a signing of important trade relations that will allow us to be more efficient in our trade relations, trade transactions. Sure, there are regulatory issues. Brazil is going to have to learn. Brazil is going to have to improve its regulatory practice. Probably there will be painful adjustments needed to be able to comply with international standards, but the standards don't only come from Europe. They're also changing in China, for example, and they're being imposed upon us to our companies, and also to your companies as well. And they're being strongly imposed, and this will probably continue to be the case for the upcoming years. So I'd like to wrap up, I'd like to agree fully with Anna-Kaisa, who mentioned in the previous panel, and she said that what we need in order to look forward is to have more education. Brazil needs education, and our Latin American country partners also need education. We need a young population that is able to adapt, and they must be ambitious to be able to create new projects, to continue with new projects in light of technological changes, and we also need to keep moving forward and keep things moving forward despite this geopolitical struggles that have been intensifying. But our bases, our foundations are good, and this has favored us and the foundation that has favored our business in the world are the fact that we are an autonomous and sovereign country in terms of its foreign policy, and I do hope that we'll continue in this same manner. First of all, I'd like to thank Larissa for its wonderful presentation. Since last year, we've been discussing this. This could help in our reflections. So the Flash Talk has this purpose of being a very important discussion. Now I'd like to invite you to a short break where we can have some coffee and do some networking, and we'll be back in 20 minutes. Okay? Thank you. Bye-bye. morning. Thank you very much. In this panel, we'll have the possibility of asking questions of the participants. So you can send questions using the QR code, which will be available here in our screens during the panel. This questions will be sent to the moderators of each panel, but it's important to notice that there are many questions. The questions are all very interesting. We may not be able to answer all of them. So we'll be starting with the first panel of the conference. It's about global governance in the era of disruption, multilateralism, innovation, and strategic autonomy, the technological transformations, the challenges to multilateral institutions. All of these raise crucial questions: digital governance, autonomy, and international cooperation. So we also live in a context where the credibility of the multilateral institutions are increasingly questioned, and countries such as Brazil, Germany, France, India, South Africa, they lead this front on behalf of multilateralism. So to start and help in the debate of the question, I'd like to invite Simone de Manso. And to complement the discussion, I'd like to invite Professor, King's College Professor and Fellow from CEBRI, Mr. Vinicius de Carvalho. I'd also like to invite to the stage Executive Director of GEMI Strategy Service, Inigo Guevara Moyama. And to continue, I'd like to invite the Munich's conference CEO, Mr. Benedict Franken. I desire everyone a wonderful panel. Simone, it's up to you. Thank you.
Hear me better, and welcome to everyone to this conference here. Good morning, Excellencies, military representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank again the Adenauer Foundation for organizing this conference and for the opportunity to join you here today. Many thanks also to Max Hedrich and his team and to the CEBRI team. In this panel, we will speak about the challenges that innovation poses to global governance and multilateralism, something that has been discussed already in previous panels, but we will bring new insights into this topic. And indeed, the topic could not be more timely. First, a few words of introduction to our distinguished panelists. Dr. Vinicius de Carvalho is Reader in Latin American Studies and Coordinator of the Latin American Security and Defense Research Group at the Department of War Studies at the King's College in London. He is also an Associate Fellow at the Royal United Services Institute, or RUSI, in London, and he's also Honorary Professor at the Institute of the Americas at the University College in London. Then Professor Inigo Guevara Moyano is the Managing Director of Strategic Services at Janes, a long-standing open-source defense intelligence company. He's an expert in global arms trade, Latin American armed forces, and defense industries, and adjunct professor at Georgetown University and the Inter-American Defense College. And finally, Dr. Benedict Franke is the Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer at the Munich Security Conference. He has served as Senior Advisor for Strategic Affairs at the CSU Party in Germany and as Special Assistant for the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. So, in this panel, we will take a closer look at governance against the background of rapid innovation. And we will examine how multilateral institutions are being challenged by these developments in a time of geopolitical fragmentation. So first, I would like to give the floor to each of you. I would ask you to not go beyond 10 minutes so that we have enough time for a lively debate afterwards, in which I will also welcome questions from the public. So with that, Dr. Carvalho, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in Brazil with you. I'd like to thank CEBRI and the Konrad Adenauer Foundation to be a part of this panel. Such an important discussion. Recently, we had the resurgence of debates where the word realpolitik has come back to the fore. We've been speaking about realpolitik recently a lot. And we have a King's College colleague. We also have another one with Peter. We have 3 King's College companions. The other one is John Bill. Recently, John Bill wrote that realpolitik, that this term has been interpreted erroneously as if it were a license to describe a politics of power, which was not what the term originally meant, or realpolitik. Realpolitik was much more a way of thinking of how can we rationalize the state with rules, norms, guidelines, and consistency. So the power, as adequately understood, was never really coercive in an absolute manner in realpolitik, but it was inseparable from the institutions that created this order among states that cooperated. So we're actually undergoing a collapse because of this misunderstanding of the realpolitik term. I actually devised a new term, surreal politic. This is not lightly mentioned. What I meant is to propose a term to describe the world where the relationship between the global leaders is inconsistent with reason, and it is unfortunately no longer real. And I am citing a realist manifesto from Breton. I'm inspired on that 1924 manifest, which defines surrealism as something as establishing pure reasoning without any control on reason. And there's an interesting, it's a clear juxtaposition with the incoherence of the current politics. As in the surrealist technique from trompe-l'oeil, trompe is something else. That there are optical illusions that are created capable of blurring the reality and fiction. So geopolitics are making alliances and undoing alliances within social media post in this small period. Multilateral agreements are proclaimed and then violated. States facilitate and also violate rules within the same forum. The international system has entered a transition, not really a transition phase, but a rupture state, the international system. And as an initial reflection, this is my idea, and I'd like to propose a few reflections upon this. We have been going through, especially from the latter post-Cold War period, we had an optimism of building a new model of international relations, and now we can see that it's undoing itself little by little. These are structural symptoms. First of all, the instrumentalization of economic integration, the deliberate use of investments and data flow, and the access of financial flows or resources as a coercive instrument that has been compromising the principle of cooperation based on mutual benefits on which the multilateral institutions were built upon. What we used to call globalization is now geoeconomics. In a certain manner, this decision process based on consensus and negotiation has collapsed. There's a major erosion of international form. We shouldn't be speaking too much about that. We need not speak about that very much, but there's a structural fragmentation that would be necessary for this multilateral condition, but now we have what we call a multipolar condition. The unipolar post-war period, post-Cold War period is definitely at an end. Now we have a multipolar post-Cold War where no isolated power is able to impose order. There's no power coalition that has agreed upon shared governance themes. So we have some fundamental issues, and we've been discussing this, the idea of strategic autonomy, for example. And the concept of strategic autonomy, interesting to note, is differently understood from a Europe and a Brazilian standpoint, Latin American standpoint. So we have two different conceptions that don't come from the same context. Within the European conception, this concept of strategic autonomy comes from a defense-based literature migrating to economic and technological policies. The way that Europe has sought strategic autonomy has shown has become an uncertainty, probably due to its closest historical ally, which was the United States. In the case of the Global South, the so-called Global South, strategic autonomy is distinct, it's different. What do we mean by it here? There's a standard of a certain caution outside, and we have domestic assertiveness. In 2026 survey of African studies, we've heard the standard we've seen the standard noticed in Senegal, South Africa, Ethiopia, where we see diplomatic necessity combined with institutional strengthening internal to their economies. So we've characterized this structure as a political polygamy, cultivating different agreements with different powers, extracting economic benefits without being committed to any one of them. It's a complex polygamy. So we have this in Indonesia, Brazil, and India. We have similar structures of what we call this active non-alignment, where we reject a binary choice between a bloc led by the United States and one by China, seeking to preserve a sovereign decision-making ability in a volatile environment. And so we have to reach an agreement on what we mean by strategic autonomy. Perhaps that's a very important step if we want to understand how Brazil or the Global South or Europe specifically, how we can collaborate more, trying to make sense of this, trying to provide some sense to this instability that we've been living through. This has a major impact in the technological issue. We've spoken to it about this at length. There's a race for innovation, and it's not at the same speed of a regulatory race. The technological advances are much faster, while our capacity of regulating and transform them into democratically acceptable norms or managed by this is much slower, and we have an equilibrium caused by this difference in technological advancements. And this has created a problem for democratic relationships or international relationships. We haven't agreed on a model of governance, democratic governance for these technological advances. We have a European model based on rights and categories of risk, has as a central concept a trustworthy, trust-based AI. The United States regulations, which were sector-based, executive action, export controls. Its central principle is about innovative governance. And we have a Chinese model, which is about directed governance by the state aligned with its strategic goals, whose principle is a rapid implementation. So these differences in models, where we're not able to talk to how to build them, this has allowed that we have had an incompatibility between all of this technological advancement. The implication it has for the different countries, we haven't been able to coordinate this very well. And not mentioning other important issues on digital sovereignty and global data flow. In this point, I'd like also to mention some small recommendations where we could probably think about, and that can be a fuel for us to reflect upon. Some recommendations that could be political. The first one is we need to reform the multilateral institutions to reflect the contemporary velocities of power. And who can do this? The states. There's no multilateral institution not made by states. The UN is not being weakened. The countries have been weakening the UN. It doesn't exist in the absence of the existence of these states. We must think about that. The second recommendation is about adapting a network multilateralism if we're not able to reach universal consensus. When we are not able to reach a consensus, a multilateral concession, then the states must seek a network multilateralism, different networks, and then we can perhaps talk more about this in the question and answer sessions. The third recommendation is about developing a layered structure for technological layers, which separates competition from cooperation. We've lost mind of how these different terms work in international relations. So build a new social contract among the North, the global North, and the global South. That would be my fourth recommendation. That may be too ambitious a goal right now, but we must rethink this equilibrium And here I use the word equilibrium as, we used to have different weight scales, different weights in different sides, understanding what the weights of each one of these sides has in the international relationships today. Another fifth recommendation would be institutionalizing strategic autonomy as a collective project and not just a national project. We can discuss later what we want to say about this, and we must be a collective of nations as well. And reaffirming the normative foundations have consistent state behavior. This last recommendation takes us again to the surreal real politics, which is this juxtaposition of elements that are not guided by logic. When states proclaim universal principles and implement specific exceptions, the difference between declaration and action is not just hypocrisy, mere hypocrisy. It's an active solvent that reduces international legitimacy. And to conclude, I could say that the conceptual surrealistic issue is more than just a metaphor. It's a diagnostic. When Salvador Dali established his surreal world, between the surreal images, Salvador Dali described how perception can deliberately subvert the notion of order coming from the standpoint of the observer. The 2026 international system operates in a similar manner. Institutions are nominally intact, but their functions are diluted. Norms are proclaimed and violated immediately afterwards. So many issues are systematically restricted. The history of surrealism as aesthetic also provides us a warning of what we're speaking about here. When Breton tried to reconcile total subversion of surrealism with the practical Marxism, the ethos of surrealism, of insubordination, was not able to integrate well with that model. The same failure can also be expected of this absolute disruption politics in the global governance. Strategic autonomy translated into autarky is a multilateral reform that is demolished. All of this is an application of this logic of surreal politics. What we need is the opposite. So now perhaps as a fact, we should be rehabilitating realpolitik as a return to rationality in international relations, a return to rules, to norms, to coherence, to consistency, and not an ingenuity in the use of power. This constitutes the recognition that power without order ends to consume itself, and the global governance task in this era of disruption is not to be nostalgic about an old neoliberal order, or to abandon an order based on rules. It's about building an order on foundation points that reflect the real distribution of power and the need for distribution in a world such as this. The surreal politic era is not about abandoning governance. It's the most powerful element in favor of renewing itself.
Dr. Carvalho, now I would give the floor to Professor Íñigo Guevara.
Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Maximilian. The CAS Foundation, an excellent job you do in this region. CEBRI, the European Union, thank you very much for the invitation. Well, I like very much this idea of the real surreal politics. Mexico is perhaps one of the most realistic countries in the world. We call it magic realism, which is when what is incredible happens. Well, what is incredible did happen when Russia invaded Ukraine, right, in February 2022. And it is interesting to be able to see by means of data how much the cost of this to the world. Minister Heikkinen from Finland precisely told us that our actions must be based on data and on facts. So I'd like very much to be able to translate policies into numbers. Between 2021 and 2026, the defense budgets in the world increased by 2%, and when it comes to the GDP, from to 2.5%, from 2 to 2.5. That might not seem much, but it is a world of resources. A world of resources that must be dedicated to defense matters. In Europe, the increase was from 1.9% to 2.4%, which is quite similar to the rest of the world, but not everywhere in Europe. In the countries with borders with Russia, previously called the East, we saw a significant increase. Quite quickly, the countries had to allocate up to 4% on average of their budgets to defense. In the rest of Europe, we saw a progressive increase as well, which was slower, but they managed to increase up to 2.4% to this moment. As for the investment in defense, the countries bordering Russia had to increase by 215% their investment budget in terms of acquiring technology for defense as well as in research and development. So the closer one is to the threat, the more urgent it is. The priorities for Europe, therefore, were to replace their obsolete equipment, recover the lost capacity which they believe that would not be used any longer, and increase their ammunition inventories to get ready for war. This attempt to reach strategic autonomy, it led to a heating of the defense industry in Europe, which had been somehow cold in the past 20 years. This means an increase in sales. It means an increase in funds for research and development to be able to develop new products. But there is a risk of there being an overinvestment, of there being a miscalculation of the required volumes, and there is a risk in terms of overpricing. Well, this industry notices that it is not enough. It is not prepared enough to respond to the requirements. And the fallback will always be United States. However, the U.S. defense industry were not able to respond at that level. Therefore, we see the arrival of new providers. We see Korea, we see Turkey, and we also see Brazil as a vendor in a specific niche in terms of aviation. The investment Brazil has made throughout the past 40 years in terms of developing a capable aerospatial industry, we see is bearing fruit. For the past 5 years, 9 countries in Europe have adopted the C-390, which is the flagship of the Brazilian defense products. And this is where we make a connection with Latin America. Latin America, it seems like it did not absorb the effect of Ukraine. I don't know, it is because several of the Latin American countries have refused to condemn the aggression, which they should, or because they don't see an immediate threat to the countries. This has an effect because It comes from the current administration of the United States, the so-called Monroe Doctrine, which makes the countries more responsible to be in charge of their security against what the United States calls terrorists, narco-terrorists. And that somehow has motivated countries in the region to replace their obsolete equipment as well, and to look for new capacity because there are new threats, and to make important investment, not at the same level that we see in Europe. The investment in defense, the defense budgets in Latin America, they reach 1% of their GDP. So it is far less than half of what it is in Europe. The increase that we see in the past 5 years will be small, light. But that translates into $120 billion that the region will invest in new equipment and new technology. And from those $120 billion, the defense industry in the region, and Brazil ahead of them, will provide 31%. Approximately, the European defense industry will provide 9%, which is the highest proportion. Foreign industries, the industries in the United States to this moment, occupying 5%. This means that there is something like 52% of opportunity to do defense technology transfer. So what is it that Latin America can offer? We mentioned Brazil as a vendor of aircraft and other defense products. But furthermore to Brazil, the rest of the defense industry in the region is emerging. They are capable to provide services and manufacture under license for their own military. It is interesting to see the majority of the projects that are being carried out in the project have nothing to do with industry in the U.S. They relate to European companies there. So in Europe, the Army has just chosen German company Mercedes-Benz to modernize their fleet of tactical vehicles, and they will produce 4,000 vehicles in Mexico. The Navy also chose a German company, Fastener, to support them in the design of their new ocean patrol boats, and the Air Force chose Swedish aircraft to keep on expanding. But in every case, what we see is that Latin America offers mineral resources, of course, but what Latin America is looking for is industrial cooperation. And this will only take place by means of technology transfer, knowledge transfer, which relates directly to the education, science, and technology sectors. They want to be part of the global supply chains when it comes to technology, and what it is looking for is to mature its own defense industry. The multilateral organizations can play a key role in that sense to support this transference being done in an ethical, responsible manner, and always trying to strengthen the values of democracy. And that is pretty much it. Thank you very much.
And now I give the floor to Dr. Benedikt Franke.
Can I just start by saying how much I love to speak at security conference I don't have to organize myself. Kudos to CEBRI, to CAS, and to the EU for picking up the burden. Listen, I'll keep it super brief so that we have enough time to have a proper discussion. I want to make 5 very quick points. My first one is, and it was mentioned earlier on, yes, multilateralism is not dead. Stuff is still working. But I think the professor was right when he said that is a nominal existence only. It is no longer an existence with heart and passion and shared values and purposes. And if there is one thing that everyone agreed at the last Munich Security Conference, which we had in February, and I promise, by the way, this is only 1 of 3 times that I mentioned the Munich Security Conference in this speech. Everyone agreed. And this is why the magazine Economist, called this the Conference of Acceptance. Everyone accepted that there is no return to the status quo ante when it comes to global governance. Last year, in 2025, all the discussions were about, can we still repair what we've built over 80 years? How do we return to what Mark Carney called a beautiful fiction? This year, there was agreement that global governance is maybe not yet dead, but it is certainly dying. What was exciting, by the way, is there were 3 different interpretations of dying. Chancellor Merz, when he opened the conference, said, it's dead for good. Nothing like it will come again. The Global South came to Munich and said, no, it's not dead enough. What we currently have still institutionalized double standards, still institutionalizes an unfair treatment of the Global South, and has rules and regulations that are designed against us. And the Trump administration came to Munich and said, yeah, who cares whether it's dead or not? What comes next will be much better. Make global governance great again. So whichever way you go, the most quoted person in Munich was not the Pope, as here. The most quoted person was an Italian philosopher from the late 1920s, a guy called Gramsci, who said, at the time, the old order is not yet dead, the new order is not yet born, now is the time for monsters. And monsters, we have quite a few out there. But I believe it doesn't really matter so much how this order is going to die. What is much more interesting, not just for political scientists, but for practitioners, is how do we build a new order and what must be at the heart of it. And we believe that there are 8 possible pathways to rebuild global governance. And I'm running through them super quickly, but the first one is bottom up. People going to the street and demanding a new type of global governance. We all know it's not going to happen. We all like multilateralism, we all like global governance, but are we going to take the street? Are enough people going to take the street? No. The second way global governance was maybe reborn is top-down. That's how it has happened in the past. From the League of Nations to the United Nations, it was always a small group of powerful countries that, set up something, and everyone else then had the choice whether to join or not, or was forced into joining. Will that happen? No, because there is no group of countries at the moment that shares purpose and vision. The third, a hegemon making up an order and everyone else having to follow. There are at least 2 hegemons in this world who would love to do this, but they can't because, to start off with, they don't have a design. They have helped to dismantle the current order, but they don't have presented an alternative. They are looking for better deals, but they haven't come up with alternative structures and institutions. Fourth way this could restart is from the institutions themselves. The UN has presented a really exciting reform plan several times. We've had the Summit of the Future. Great ideas out there. 164 great ideas, to be specific. When's the last time you've heard the UN Secretary General speak? When is the last time you've seen a blue helmet? When is the last time you've read a UN Security Council resolution? That should tell you everything about the power of that institution to set a narrative and drive policy. As much as I would love to see them do it, I don't think it's going to happen. The next one is state-led. This is this idea, and by the way, I don't think it's a very realistic idea, it's surreal to be perfectly honest, that somehow global governance will spring up through this concept of variable geometry, that somehow coalitions of the willing will begin to breed a new type of global governance. The problem is, yes, coalitions of the willing sounds great. Who wants to work with the unwilling? No one. But in a way, they are the nail in the coffin of global governance because they present an attractive alternative to the compromises at the global level. So that's probably not going to happen. Next one, Global South-led. The Global South has had legitimate concerns for decades, and it has pushed for change. But despite the BRICS being more prominent, where is the concrete proposal? So for the time being, I don't think the Global South is a great, I wouldn't bet on the Global South to revitalize global governance. Next one, other regions. The European Union, ASEAN, the African Union. Yes, they have the institutional prowess, the bureaucratic expertise to rebuild institutions. Do they agree on anything? Not really. Middle powers. Everyone loves middle powers. We've already heard today, my colleague Henning Speck said it, the term Global South is difficult. We don't really know what it means. The term middle power is even more difficult. We don't know who they are. They don't know whether they are middle or not. And that just shows you it's yet another false avenue. The last one is value-led. What do I mean? It's either push or pull that brings the states of this world together. And in a recent article, I've joked that the most likely way to bring us back together is something like an alien invasion, because then we wouldn't have a choice. But to make it a little more serious, technology may be that exact push and pull factor that can get us back together. Because what we really need when we rebuild global governance are a few things. We have to erase double standards, we have to fight inequality, we have to protect global commons, but most of all, we have to build a positive narrative that people believe global governance makes their life better, protects them, provides a way forward. We don't have that right now. And technology, the regulation, coordination, advancement of technological progress may just provide that one avenue that gets us back together. And I think it is one of global governance's greatest missed chances that we still have an international postal union that regulates letter sizes, stamps, and letterboxes, but there is no international organization out there that regulates AI. We leave it to President Macron or Prime Minister Modi to host one AI summit after the other, rather than having a UN organization that does that. So I told you I will mention the Munich Security Conference twice. I've done thrice, and I've done it twice. We have just published a paper 2 days ago about attitudes towards AI and global governance, as if we had known this is the theme of this conference, which tells you that of all the things out there, the two fields where people in most countries have faith in global governance is in creating and maintaining peace. Yes, that's not going so well these days. And saving them from the risks of technology. And here, I think, we need to double down. So I'm looking forward to this discussion and your questions, because that's really the core. Global governance is going to be dead for a long time if we don't find common projects again, and technology may just be the one to look out for. Thank you.
To all three speakers for very thought-provoking interventions. I have a number of questions, but I already have some questions from the audience. I would just like to start with one question that I have, and since we have just freshly heard Dr. Franke speaking, I will just throw a question related to something that was just said. Very optimistic view that AI might offer the platform or the argument to bind a large number of people around the world, because everybody's indeed worried about it. But the countries that develop the most advanced AI models are the United States and China. And they hold immense power in that, and they don't seem to want any kind of coordination. They have the largest computers, they are doing the largest investments, and on top of this, the most advanced AI is led by private companies in the United States. And so how could such regulation take place? How would it be possible to convince the two biggest AI powers that this regulation is necessary? I think the problem would start there. So any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Let me make it very brief. My point, and it's not focused on AI exclusively, but obviously let's take AI as an example. Your very point that those two countries are racing ahead, leaving the rest of us behind, forcing us into an almost binary choice, is the exact core of my argument. Because if we all try individually to deal with that problem, to deal with US supremacy or Chinese supremacy, we are lost, and it's crystal clear, even for the most hostile thinker to see that on your own, you're going to be, what did we say, on the menu. And if there is any way that we have a seat and a say at that table, we need to do this together. This sounds like, you know, a politician speaking, but I do think it is true. If we do not revitalize global governance and multilateral institutions to deal with that topic, it will be Brazil on its own, Germany on its own, etc., etc. And we are not going to win this, I can tell you.
Thank you. Any thoughts from the other panelists?
Bueno, pues me parece que las organizaciones multilaterales.
It does seem like the international regulations. We have to protect and put the rules on the table for the countries that are participating to prevent the entrance in their own markets of these kinds of products. Because at the end of the day, AI, when it reaches a consumer, is a product as any other. So there are many other examples internationally. So the idea here, what seems to be necessary, is that these organizations be able to make connections with private industry in order to regulate them. And another question, another comment about this. We may be speaking about a recent subject that came up. We're speaking about a new language and using new language with old grammar. So what is the grammar of this new world that is in front of us? It's a geopolitical grammar. Sovereignty is no longer defined by territory, or population is no longer just by population. So there are new dimensions to this, and one critical dimension is, or rather, we have different timelines, and we have alternate geographies, different from what is established in the globe. These technologies are bringing us a new geography, so we also need a new grammar for this that will allow us to understand how to order our thinking, which is why this surreal politic is so clear here, because it's not rational. Your presentation was wonderful in this sense, in that what has been clear in the Munich Security Conference is that we're all speaking different languages and we're not able to reach an understanding. Why? Because we need to create a new grammar for these international relations.
Ask a follow-up question. AI companies, they operate on a global scale. and the lever of individual countries and organizations is limited. It's not global. To have a global regulation, especially where the AI is created, you would have to involve the countries where the AI created. You cannot have those countries outside it. And these companies, they need coercive power in order to abide by regulations. So the first question is, without the countries where their servers are hosted, how can we enforce regulation? And how can regulation have any relevance if the countries where this technology appears are not involved?
Great enthusiasm for this question on the panel, I see. Listen, two quick thoughts. First of all, I think what is clear is that you need a critical mass of regulation in order to force companies and individuals in charge of these companies to reassess their strategies and change, the pathways. Regulation, and this comes from a European, we are world champions at regulation, has this negative connotation. It has this idea of forbidding things. Can we take a step back and talk about incentives? How do we create incentives for these companies to support global governance, to push and foster multilateralism? How can we get to a positive narrative? Because we're always so defensive when it comes to all these topics. And I think it was mentioned several times on this panel and on the previous ones. Let's be positive, come up with a vision. I believe in, and this sounds really nerdy and techy, and I'm sorry for it, concentric circles of regulation. So we will have regulation at the national level, we will have it at the regional level, and I hope we'll get to the global level.
Trazer outro ponto sobre isso também.
Another, I'd like also to mention about this. Normally we do regulations on that which we know, on a reality. But technological evolution is so quick that we don't know what is being produced today or tomorrow in terms of technological innovation. So how can I regulate that which I don't really know what it is? We do know by tradition and needs that regulation requires debate, requires dialogue, requires time and reflection. So when I'm able to understand what regulation is today, it'll be obsolete because AI may have evolved 50 steps. So perhaps another concern that we must have is come back to a principle which comes before regulation, which is ethical regulation. We've no longer discussing what's the ethics of it and how ethics can help us in this concentric circles in terms of our regulation. Because ethics will be more clearly applicable to these new processes, and it won't just be regulating the product. We've lost the race on running after AI. So it is very complex to think that a multilateral organization will be able to run against these huge technology companies that have converted into pretty much the owners of the universe, the masters of the universe. But multilateral organizations can, in addition to regulate, what they can do is support with resources and financing, especially for these initial stages, for the small and medium-sized companies and the startups. And it is in this space where we can see the majority of the innovations of the sectors, of the technological sectors.
Regulation would have, whether in concentric formations, smaller companies, bigger companies, is that the technical capacity of those who should be regulated, which are the big tech companies, is far superior to that of the regulators of governments. Private investment in big tech, as we have seen this month with the IPO in SpaceX, is vastly larger than budgets that are even imaginable. And international organizations, they not only lack the technical capacity and the personnel to understand, test, and evaluate the latest models, but they also lack the power to enforce it. So how can, we could start with ethical considerations, as Professor Carvalho suggests. However, the speed of innovation is such that if we linger in our ethical considerations, we might be overtaken by events. So how can governance catch up with the need to regulate, or I would say even to prevent a catastrophe? And what can be done in the more immediate future?
Why am I always the first? Next time we start the other way around, okay? So let's just, again, take a few steps back. The problem currently is that the tech lords, in a way, have no national government to oppose them. In fact, the tech lords have been let loose by a national government. This is an even more complex problem than just tech lords being powerful. In China, it is a state actively pushing the private sector into a direction. So to go back to the professor and this idea of a, old language, new grammar, maybe we should move to sign language and make it easier, because our concepts don't work anymore. You can see how uncomfortable this discussion is, because our concepts themselves no longer work to explain this world and to come up, the word regulation or multilateralism or strategic autonomy, all these buzzwords, I don't think help to get at the core of the problem. And coming back once again to the professor, I think we need to stop trying to solve all the small problems, every little nuance of this issue, and look at the very, very large picture. And that is technology at the service of humanity, and not humanity at the service of a few who have technology to enforce their will. And here I think a lot can and must be done.
Mutatis mutandi, porque claramente realidades.
Mutatis mutandi, because these are different realities, but some historical lessons we can bring to the fore right now. When we had the major technological developments in terms of nuclear, for example, which led to the building of a nuclear bomb, there was a need for a regulation, for conversations, for formalizing, for a new language of what nuclear capacity was after the first atomic bomb was exploded. Before, we didn't know what happened, what was the case. But when humanity found out what it was, the comprehension of the needs of regulating and control, it took us decades to build some sort of statement or framework that will allow the rules in terms of real politics. We're also throwing that to the trash as well. So mutatis mutandis, let us remember this experience. It may teach us how to understand this, and perhaps we may not need to suffer something on the scale of an atomic bomb or explosion, if we don't understand, which may happen if we don't understand how to govern this. This is a very important point mentioned by Vinicius when we returned to 80 years ago, where we had our major concern, which was nuclear war. And this kind of conference, these concerns were very important at a global level. After 30 years, the concern became the internet. Who's going to be regulating the internet, right? So how can we have communications throughout the world if we have no regulation? So eventually the organizations, they study and they understand. Before they start controlling and regulating, they establish bridges with the private sector to then reach a point of consensus.
in international treaties, the internet that we have meanwhile managed to deal with, we have now the threat of what is called artificial general intelligence, or AGI. And as I've been reading in the last few days, the AI development might even lead to the replacement of humans. And this is no far-fetched science fiction, and I'm going to tell you how it works. We are now confronted with the chance that soon, in the next 3 to 5 years, maybe sooner, there will be self-improving artificial intelligence models. And these systems will be capable of creating their own successors with no human involvement at all. Nobody knows for sure what the consequences would be, but ever-going self-improvement of AI computers could offer supreme power to whoever builds them first. And not only this, they could simply, the computers, cease to care about humanity at all, gradually kick out the human agents, and make room for more data centers. So this is, of course, this is a dystopia, but it is not so far-fetched anymore. So indeed, this illustrates how it is in the interest of the entire mankind to regulate these beasts. But back to what we were speaking before, we live in a transactional world in which not even multilateral organizations are working. So would it be a viable way if parts of the world would use their comparative advantage to catapult themselves into the AI supply chain and make themselves indispensable, and as such with a certain coercive power? I think here a very European example about the company ASML that produces the extreme lithography machines to print the most advanced chips. And it has a monopoly around the world in doing that. The Chinese are trying to catch up. So this makes Europe indispensable every time that the United States wants to regulate any export. Europe has a say in that too. So is that a way to have, as the Finnish representative this morning said, we're not in a time in which we have long-term commitments anymore. It's a time for constant negotiation, ever-going new assessments and new negotiations. We cannot rely on treaties anymore. Is that the way to go?
We said you would start this time.
Okay, it was an unsettled rule, but I will follow it in any case. I think when we use, quando a gente fala da palavra distopia,
I believe that when we mention dystopia, negative utopia, we sometimes think about sci-fi, something unimaginable, surreal. Yesterday, I was discussing with a few colleagues, and there was a play written in 1932 by Speck from the Czech Republic called Rozum Univerzitní robot, RUR. And it was the first time that the word robot was used in Western languages. It is a word that has its raw word in the Czech, which is slave work, and it is about a factory of humanoids who were made to do the jobs that humans would do before. And all the story is interesting. I won't give you the spoiler, but it is a rebellion of those robots in the end, which they decide to rebel against the humans. If you're curious, read the book and the play as well. And what we sometimes is a dystopia happens in fiction, come quite close to our reality. And why does it? So we need to start to address it as a possibility. And I think all those discussions, they're not so far away, and in terms of science fictions, they're coming ever closer. And our responsibility as humans to understand what is going on. And I think it is a crucial moment that we're going through, which is to ontologically think over what we have called human beings. So this is can be long philosophical discussions that you're not interested in now, because we need to have lunch in a moment. I think in several periods in the history of mankind where the people thought they were reaching the end of history, it will be curious, like in 20 years, to see if we're organizing conferences like this, taking part in conferences organized by AI and machines to convince them that we are relevant, to inspire them somehow. So perhaps in the future will be an art. Let me I'll write a short story based on this.
I do want to end on a slightly positive note. We've had an almost philosophical debate here. And there is one famous French philosopher, Michel de Montaigne, who described his life as follows. My life was a series of catastrophes that never happened. Because we have this tendency to sort of view technological change, and there is a lot of empirical evidence over the last decades and centuries, as something that is going to end our life. It was the same with the internet. It was the same with the steam engine. It was always, oh, this is the end of it. No, if we get our act together, if we make sure that global governance is revitalized to deal with technological progress, if we remember to put the human at the center, I think we'll be able to reap the benefits left, right, and center. And yes, there will be conferences like this in the years to come. At least in Munich.
Eu contamos com você. Bom, com esse minuto de riso. Bom, eu gostaria de continuar. Eu tenho o sentimento que nós apenas começamos, mas nós estamos sentados aqui entre vocês e o lanche e o almoço. Então vamos ter mais oportunidade de continuar essa conversa ao longo dessa conferência. Então, mais uma vez, muito obrigado aos membros do painel, obrigado ao público por estar aqui. I'd like to thank the panelists. Thank you for this excellent discussion. But thank you very much, Benedict Franco. But before we move on to lunch, I'd like to share quick guidance. The participants which have that gold in their credentials, they will meet in the Ipanema room. The others are invited quarterly to lunch, to have the standing lunch that will take place in the lobby. And we needed to adapt because of the climate conditions, but now we'll be here. So,
Salão Ipanema, thank you very much. Boa tarde.